does need the 2 turns, and I think today is graduation day. I think it's going to be a short price, and I'm trying to look for prices somewhere in there, but I felt like this is not one of them. I think that she's going to get to the winner's circle here today. $360,000 purchase price. I think going 2 turns is what she wants to do.
This race I went 3 deep in my pick 4, and I feel really, we have different numbers there after your top pick, but I really feel pretty good about those 3 here. And I threw out this stat on Saturday, I think, when Asmussen had a horse running, a 3-year-old first-time starter, maiden special weights is normally 20%, but here at Sam Houston was 35%. Now it's 38%. Mm-hmm. That's 38% is pretty solid. But when I saw Elliott get named on the 4, I decided that I was going to, and we see this happen a lot through today's card and this weekend, where Asmussen has 2 horses in there, and it looks to me like maybe the better one, Elliott's not on. So let's see how that goes, right? Maybe let's see if Gutierrez is getting some good rides there. That might be something to keep an eye on. Start looking at that with this race.
Tough game to play if we start playing the musical chairs of the jockeys, trying to figure out what they're trying to do. Race number 5 gets into the Space City Pick 6. Again, new format, non-jackpot. It's a standard Pick 6, 50-cent minimum wager, still with the 12% takeout. I think this wager could be real appealing to some folks that like to play the Pick 6. If you can catch some prices in there, I think you get a lot of value. We got a nice graphic for it as well. So the Space City Pick 6, the new format underway. You can see the wagering format as well. 12% takeout on horizontal wagers right here at Sam Houston Race Park. So look forward to that. The remainder of the meet. And this 5th race, going 2 turns, 1 mile on the John B. Connolly Turf Course. Lots of question marks, I feel like. I think the favorites have some big question marks. The 7 Lizard King comes from Monmouth Park. I actually called that race. The September 27th effort.
Yeah, that's right. You were traveling all around.
I called that race. First beating the neck was odds on to do it. A 3-year colt by Union Rags. I think a short price. I think beatable in this spot.
I do too.
I like the 3 Vim and Vigor. I'm going back to that effort at Remington Park, 7.5 furlongs on the turf. 4th beating a length. Was the favorite after a 60-1 effort. 60-1 on the debut at 6 furlongs. Then got bet down to favoritism getting on the grass and was 4th beating a length. I think what's expected to get the victory in there. I just think this horse wants to get back on the turf. I'm throwing out the Springboard Mile. What has this horse done wrong, really, in its career outside of that one stake effort around the 2 turns on the main track? We get on the turf. I get 8-1. Vim and Vigor, top choice.
That horse scares me. I don't have it in the 3 that I use for the pick 4, but that horse definitely scares me, and is one I had on the radar. I hope I don't lose because of that one. You'll make me sick, because maybe I'll hedge a little, right? Who knows? I thought I have both my top 3, all of my top 3 picks in my pick 4 here. This is a race on the turf, and all of them added together, 48 starts. We have 2 starts on the turf. So we're trying to figure out who's running on turf with virtually no past performances on that surface to look at. So it's hard to know, right? This could be a tough one. I landed on the 9. We had those rising figures into the last race where they dipped a little, but the horse still came in a nice second, only lost by a neck up at Remington. River Rule, number 9 is my top play.
All right, number 9, River Ruler, does have the speed. Do you think that speed is going to transfer over to the turf? I mean, is that what you're gambling on there?
Nobody's done it, right? So I'm hoping. I think the pace is maybe a little light here, but it's kind of hard to get a feel for this race on how the pace is going to go. That horse has got a lot of 1s and 2s in the PPs there, so I'm thinking that horse will be up there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see a price here in race number 5. A lot of question marks going in. Lots of runners getting on the turf for the first time, and kind of dip into those pedigrees. Jessica Paquette, she's following those pedigrees and letting you know about turf.
Good one.
And this is she liked the number 4 Generator, said that this one's got some turf in the pedigree. So, and that's Steve Assos and Stuart Elliott at 10-1. Yeah. And neither one of us have them in the top 4. So we'll see what happens there in race number 5. Kicks off the Space City Pick 6. Once again, don't forget, 50-cent minimum wager, 12% takeout, non-jackpot, standard Pick 6. Race number 6, getting into the Pick 5, and I'm going to go to you first as we get your selection. Going to go the 2 turns, 1 mile is the distance. You like vice versa. Short price in here, you're going to go with the favorite. I went away from the favorite, but tell me why vice versa is just too tough. A 5-year-old gelding by Speightstown.
Yeah, well, I think this is where, assuming that I think Diodoro had a favorite earlier in the card, assuming it didn't get a win there, I played against it. I think this is where it happens, one way or the other. It's got 2 horses in here, and they're my top 2 picks, the 2 and the 7. Vice versa, rising figures, 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. Another horse that stays right up near the lead. The last 4 races, worst done is second by a neck. I mean, this is hard to argue with. The results are there. It's in good form, getting better each race. That seems like a horse that's pretty tough. But I think if anybody gets him, it'll be Dreams of Valor, the 2, which is also Diodoro. I think this is where Diodoro gets on the winner's in the winner's circle here at Sam.
Yeah, from a class standpoint, I mean, you take a look at these two horses in there for Robertino Diodoro. Obviously, this barn wins a lot of races in here, but the stretch out from 7 furlongs to a mile, I just wasn't keen on it. 0 for 3 going the distance, going that 1 mile distance, so I'm going to stay away from the 7. The number 2, didn't even know what to think of that last effort. It was at Churchill Downs. Mm-hmm. You know, the horse had been running at Del Mar, ran in the Grade 2 Del Mar Mile, actually, 3 starts back. The number 5, New Mexico. If this 5-year-old is improving, comes back off of that really nice effort on the front end, good number, drew away 1 by 2 lengths, didn't on the board, wasn't really expected to do just that. I think this might just be a new horse. I think the number 5, New Mexico, the pedigree is obviously there, the connections are obviously there. I think this one is an improving sort. I think can come right back and go back to back. Now, it was a very slow pace in that race at 1 mile and 70 yards at Remington Park. Not sure what to take from the Oaklawn Park efforts, but I think the time off did this 5-year-old well. And again, I'm going to find a price 6-1 in here, and I'm going against the favorites in this spot that, again, I feel like they've got some questions, so let's go with the number 5, New Mexico.
That'd be fine with me. I'm filling out the bottom of my try there. Hopefully you get one.
Race number 7, we get into the late pick 4, 12% takeout, 1 mile the distance again, $5,000 claiming event in there. This looked like a wide open race. We both see 7, 8, but I think you could go in many different directions in here because there's just there's opportunity to get a price again. I'm going to go with the 8 Undivided. Amanda Barton, Henry Wood Jr., they team up again in here. Ernesto Valdez Jimenez off the claim. Horses run at this distance 16 times, 3 wins, 4 seconds, and a third. 8 times in the trifecta, and you're getting 8-1. That's good enough for me. I'll be on the 8 Undivided, but I think you could go many different ways. I've got the 10 and the 1. You've got the 4 and the 9. So you could go pretty deep.
Yeah, this is a hard one. And this is I was talking earlier
and
about
you pared it down for your pick 4.
Yes, a little bit because at the last leg I'm even more confused, right? But I think that's 7. I'm with you. AJ's Grand maybe's a slight favorite if you're just twisting my arm and making me pick a likely winner. And I think you might get more than 2-1 morning line because this race is just hard is wide open. The Beyer par normally for this is a 53. What it normally takes to win this race is for those wondering kind of how that works. And this horse, the 7's consistently running upper 50s, even the 60s. So it seems to be a notch above, but I played a whole bunch. We're going to talk about the pick 4. If we can put the pick 4 picks up. I went 4 deep here because I really am confident. Here we go. I'm confident in the middle races, race 8 and 9, and actually I tweeted out on my on Twitter. I have 6 deep in the last leg, but I think our graphic holds 5, so I paired out the 2 there in the last leg. But this first bookends of this pick 4 are really hard, and I included what I think will be a big favorite, and certainly in the last leg, the 3 we'll talk about. That horse is going to be, I think, a big favorite. And I normally like to leave that type of horse, if I'm going to spread, I normally like to leave the favorite out.
And you leave
and I leave the big. So, I mean, that's a way you could go here, and maybe I'll end up doing that. But I really think there's a good chance of catching either a long shot with this race 7 or on the other end in race 10. And I didn't want to be in a situation where I got too smart for myself and I left out a likely horse, and where I did catch a long shot in a race and I missed because I left a favorite out in one of the ends. So I generally don't do that. I generally don't go with a big chalk if I'm spreading out in the race, but I did it here. So
all right, you ended up doing it there. You do single Carlos 6s. We're going to talk about that in race number 8 coming up. But you talk about Beyer par, like par for the race and the type. Mm-hmm. You know, is there a way to simply explain that kind of in this type of race, what the basic stat is there to compare these times and try to make sure that you're finding a horse that fits that average?
Yeah, it's hard. Well, it depends. It's hard to someone who really doesn't have experience with the horses, but the Beyer figure is kind of a figure that condenses a horse's performance into a single number. That's way oversimplified, but that's it in a nutshell. And generally, they can calculate it, for example, in this race, a mile on the dirt, what it normally takes to win this type of race. And so normally it takes that Beyer figure that's condensed into a single number is average of 53. And so it's just a rough estimate. There's all sorts of factors, obviously, that we talk about that go into that can affect things.
And so is it the horse showing the ability to run at the 53, like in any one of its running lines, or do you want to see the recency around that 53 good enough to win the race?
Well, I generally, actually, that's a good point. I generally don't look at the Beyer par, but when I'm trying to handicap a race, because I don't really care. I just want to know who's best in this race, whether any one of them's capable. If the best one's capable of running a 60 Beyer, well, then I don't care that the Beyer par's a 53. The only reason I throw it out here is to kind of get a feel for that the 7 AJ's Grand is really consistently running well above what it takes to win at this level. But more importantly than that figure above the Beyer par is that these other horses are generally closer to that Beyer par. They're just whether it's the Beyer par or they're just if the 7 normally ran a 53 and the other guys are running 45s, that's the same thing to me as far as how I'm analyzing this race. So I don't usually use it, but here there's a lot of horses capable of running a time that would normally win a race like this.
Race number 8 as we get into the late pick 3. I think a lot of tickets are going to have Carlos 6s on the ticket. So it's trainer Austin Gustafson, Raylu Gutierrez aboard. They had a nice opening weekend. I even did a little video, quick interviews with them during the off days. But the 7-year-old gelding, it really comes down to, can you trust the favorite in this spot or are you playing against? And so I don't think you can, like you did in the last leg, race number 10, it's tough to play the game here to say, I'm either going to, I'm just going to throw the 8 on and make sure it's on my tickets. But the horse looks like the best on paper. It looks like the 2 AP's Bluegrass is going to show the way. Celestial Cowboy can run with that horse a little bit. The blinkers go on the 4 flash forecast, so we don't know where the trip is going to come there. Carlos 6s is going to have to come off the pace a little bit, but is going to have time. They're going the 2 turns and comes back to this $5,000 level. The last time this horse was in a claimer was a $10,000 level, and the horse won. The horse takes money at the windows all the time, 2 for 5 at the distance. Now comes over here to Sam Houston Race Park, 6 to 5 on the morning line. The 8 Carlos 6 is going to be very, very tough to beat in this spot on paper. Do we tread lightly a little bit and look at the drop into the claim a little bit?
Yeah, you wonder why that's happening, right? It's a huge drop.
It's a big drop.
Yeah, big drop. So what's going on there? And they just claimed it for 10 to 3 races back,
sure.
And now they're entering. But that happens a lot, and it's hard for you start to kind of learn some trainers maybe how they handle that situation so that it can be a big alarm for some and not for others. I'm not sure what to make of it here. I'm going to certainly keep an eye on it to file it in my memory bank for future reference. But this Carlos 6s, the times are faster than everybody else. The speed figures are faster than everything else. The claiming price is coming down. The pace seems to be right. It looks like a fast race. This horse is going to. It seems to me to all come together. I liked a lot of plays in the first leg. I liked a lot of plays in the last leg. Had to single it here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough in there. Carlos 6 is going to be on a lot of tickets, on my ticket, on your ticket. We'll see. Maybe the value is playing against Carlos 6s in that spot. You can spread a little bit and whatnot, but we'll see what happens there in race number 8. Getting into the late double, race number 9, going to scratch the number 4 and the 6. While tonight, Baudette Blizzard, that's a scratch of my top selection. The 6 is out of there. So I do end up with the number 1, Just Gas Joel. You have the 1 as well. I would spread here because I just think the 8 Valiant Appeal is going to have a little more value. And the horse ran at Gulfstream Park last time and was the favorite. Now it was a tepid favorite, 4-1, just over 4-1. Outside posts can be right next to Just Gas Joel and kind of watch what's happening to the inside. The horse has speed, has 1 here, has a 2nd here. I don't know. Part of me is saying from a value standpoint, more value is going to be with the 8, but we both see it 1-8 now. I like the 6 on top. 6 is out of there, so 1-8 is what I do end up with, but I might side with the 8 a little more than the 1.
Yeah, and there's, you could tell your picks are missing 1. I went and subbed out mine. I had the 6 originally on top too, so yep. we actually saw it exactly the same before the scratch. And the 1 makes me a little nervous. Before this summer, you see these speed figures, the Beyer figures we were talking about earlier, they just take a jump up from the summer at Lone Star to Remington, and really the only change I can see there is the move to Remington. So now that horse is away from there, is that going to mean back down to where that horse was running before, or did something else click and the horse is really grooving now? I don't know. I want to keep an eye on it, but I'm with you. I think the 8 Valiant Appeal is the other play here. Again, there's a horse that was running awesome with Pish, then goes over to Florida, not so well, now comes back. Was that the difference? Is something that the trainer Pish has going is the reason? If so, and that horse runs back like he did last summer, that's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, not going to get 7-2, probably going to be a little bit lower than that, but we'll see what happens there in race number 9. Race number 10 to close things out, 1 mile on the John B. Connolly Turf Course, maiden special weight event in here. 4-5, the number 3 Egyptian Princess. She's had 2 layoffs. If she runs her race, it's good enough to win. Steve Asmussen, Stuart Elliott. You do see the jackpot there. Houston high five, $11,163.85. That one's still a jackpot. Remember that the pick six is not a jackpot. We'll get that graphic fixed for you, but the pick six is not a jackpot situation. So make sure that when you see that graphic, if we don't get that cleared up, we will. But it's not a jackpot there in the Space City pick six. Just keep that in mind. We've got Egyptian Princess on top. The number one scattered miss. This one's got speed. She's a 5-year-old mare. She's by Scat Daddy. Hasn't been the true mile. I think she's going to take them a long way. Whether she can finish, we'll see. The layoffs concern me a little bit with the 3, but again, if she runs back to the Gulfstream Park race, I think she wins.
I'm with you. It's just a horse that runs, is a 4-year-old that runs once a year. Makes me nervous. Once is a 2-year-old, once is a 3-year-old. Something's going on there. So, but certainly in this group, I couldn't leave the horse off. But again, this is a race where I spread really deep in my pick six ticket. I like this 20 to 1 morning line. Only 2 starts on the turf. There's 2 best figures. Nice races. Coming back, maybe that's, getting back to turf will be the difference. I don't see if the 3 doesn't fire, it's wide open. And I'd love to see a 20 to 1 come in, and you can make a case for this 10. And the 4 has a lifetime, only 3, but a lifetime of rising speed figures as well, and a near miss last race. There's a lot of ways you can go if you get past the 3 here.
That's how we see the card here on a Thursday afternoon, late afternoon into the early evening. Happy hour here on track from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. on Thursday, so keep that in mind. We'll be back tomorrow. First post time 6:45 on Friday and Saturday for a weekend of more racing here at Sam Houston Race Park. Don't forget about the 12% takeout. Just a quick reminder again on that graphic. The pick six is not a jackpot. I can already see people taking pictures and tweeting me and things like that. It is not a jackpot there in the pick six. Just please keep that in mind. We will get that off of there for you. But the Houston High Five does have a jackpot, so keep that in mind. But the pick six, new format here today, 50-cent minimum, 12% takeout. Non-jackpot, standard pick six. We are 33 minutes away. Trey, we did it again. I do have to say, what is that jacket? Are you wearing an NHC Hall of Fame jacket?
But it's not a Hall of Fame jacket, but it is an NHC jacket. You put me in the Hall of Fame, I'll wear your gear.
Humble brag here. Trey Styles, Sharpie Time. We'll be back tomorrow around 5:45 with more Sharpie Time coming at you. Let's have some fun on a Thursday afternoon. Thanks for joining us. 12% takeout on horizontal wagers. Ready to get started. I'm headed up to the booth for the national anthem. Scratches and changes. Have a great day and good luck. Make some money here at Sam Houston Race Park. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sam Houston Race Park on a Thursday afternoon for live thoroughbred racing. At this time, we'd like to welcome any members of the military joining us, both past and present. If you have served or are currently serving in our armed forces, we'd like you to please stand. Sam Houston Race Park, let's take this moment to acknowledge all of our great military members and all they have done in serving our great country. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Direct your attention towards the infield and the flag for the playing of today's national anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you to our members of the military joining us here today for live racing. Good afternoon. Welcome to Sam Houston Race Park, our first Thursday afternoon program. 12% takeout on the horizontal wagers here at SHRP, 27 minutes away from the opener, race 1. The main track is fast. The John B. Canal Turf course is firm. The turf rail at 18 feet. If you have your programs handy, let's go through scratches and changes on our Thursday afternoon car. In race 1, scratch number 3, Excalibur Ridge. Scratch number 4, Commanding Candy. In race 2, scratch number 4, Shackle Lacka Lacka. Scratch number 4 in today's second. Race 3 is clear, no changes in today's third. Race 4 is clear. No changes in race 4. Race 5 is clear. No changes in today's fifth. In race 6, please note there will be a scratch upcoming. Stand by for that scratch. We'll get it up on your video monitors in today's sixth race. And there it is. Number 5, New Mexico is scratched. Race 6, scratch number 5, New Mexico. Race 7 is clear. No changes in today's 7th. Race 8 is clear. No changes in today's 8th. Race 9, scratch number 4, Wild Tonight. Scratch number 6, Baudette Blizzard. And in race 10, no changes. No changes in today's 10th. Don't forget we start the Space City Pick 6, new format today. The non-jackpot standard Pick 6, 50-cent minimum wager, starts in today's 5th. There is the Houston High 5 as well. Carryover going into the Houston High 5, that is a jackpot wager. Just over $11,000 in the Houston High 5. 25 minutes away from the opener, race 1, scratch number 3, Excalibur Ridge. Scratch number 4, Commanding Candy. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3. It's all coming up. Race 1, the opener on a Thursday afternoon. Each windows are open. Good luck. Those in attendance, don't forget, by order of the Governor of Texas, face coverings must be worn properly at all times throughout Sam Houston Race Park, unless you are eating or in the act of drinking. Sam Houston Race Park greatly appreciates your cooperation in keeping everyone safe. And Sam Houston Race Park would like to thank our diamond partners, Pulse Power, Coca-Cola, ECI, Chapas, and Le Berge Casino Resort. Race number 1 coming up here at Sam Houston Race Park as we kick off this Thursday afternoon card, 14 minutes away from race number 1. 1 mile is the distance. Couple scratches out of here, scratch numbers 3 and 4. That'll put me on the number 2, Secret Blarney, and the price is going back up. Cut bet down to 2-1, now 4-1 on the board. I feel like this one's going to be a little bit closer to the pace here in this race. You know, they go the 2 turns, $5,000, the 2 lifetime event. The 7 approved is going to take all the money now. 3-5 currently on the board. Who gets the lead in here? I think the 2 is going to be able to show a touch more speed. We'll see. That remains to be seen until they get on the track and they start running. But the number 2 will be my top choice, Secret Blarney. Number 7 approved. $10,000 a 2 lifetime level at Delta Downs. That was going the 6.5 furlong distance. Has shown some speed. If you go back to the Ellis Park race, it made in $7,500 level. Showed them all the way. Took them all the way around the racetrack. So there is my top choice there, the number 2. Secret Blarney. Second choice is going to be the number 7, Approved. We got plenty of wagering opportunities coming up. We'll have that new pick 6, the non-jackpot standard pick 6 coming up in race number 5. We'll have that early pick 4 coming up in race number 2. But let's kick things off. Let's try and get a winner home. Try to find you some value here with the 2, Secret Blarney. 4-1 currently on the board. Good luck. 13 minutes away. You'll have selections throughout the day. Fred Fowler from ESPN, he'll have some selections. Trey Styles has got some selections as well. And then I'll have some selections throughout the afternoon. It'll take us into the afternoon, into that early evening here at Sam Houston Race Park. We got happy hour from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. here on track. So 13 minutes away to kick things off. Good luck. Race 1. It's coming up. Horses coming onto the track for today's first race. 1 mile is the distance. Claiming event, scratch numbers 3, Excalibur Ridge, scratch the 4, Commanding Candy. Start of a daily double and a pick 3, 12% takeout. Horizontal wagers at Sam Houston Race Park. Number 1, Geminator, owned by Brad Walker and Mike Netherland. Jockey Weston Hamilton. The 2, Secret Blarney, owned by Henry S. Witt Jr. Jockey Alfredo Contreras. Number 5, Mule Skinner, owned by Terry Oaf. Jockey Ernesto Valdez Jimenez. The 6, Chargent Texan, owned by Donna Hilliard. Jockey Ezekiel Lara. Number 7, Approved, owned by Steve Asmussen. Jockey Stuart Elliott. And number 8, Poncho's Lucky Boy, owned by DB&C Racing. Jockey Enardis Rodriguez. That's the field for the opener. Race 1, 1 mile the distance. Welcome once again to a Thursday afternoon of live racing here at Sam Houston Race Park. Don't forget, Sam Houston Race Park is powered by Pulse Power. Also, racing fans, distancing requirements have reduced the number of available betting terminals, so just make sure you make your wagers early throughout today's card. Getting closer to post time here for the opener. 5 minutes, race 1. Getting closer to post time here for race number 1, 2 minutes. Quick reminder again, folks, by order of the Governor of Texas, face coverings must be worn properly at all times throughout Sam Houston Race Park unless you are eating or in the act of drinking. Sam Houston Race Park greatly appreciates your cooperation in keeping everyone safe. Fields approaching the gate. And the horses are at the gate. It's post time for race 1. Starter Paul Stutz will call the first field forward to kick off week number 2 here at Sam Houston Race Park. Approved moves forward 3-5 right now. Poncho's Lucky Boy to the outside. All in line. All set for the opener. And they're off. It's Sam Houston Race Park. Speed from the outside approved. Hustle along Poncho's Lucky Boy. Won't get to the front. Charging Texans in the black silk. Secret Blarney through at the rail. It's going to be Secret Blarney now tucking in behind Approved, who wants the lead and gets there. It's Approved, who's up by 3/4 of a length. Poncho's Lucky Boy. Mild pressure to the outside. Secret Blarney now settles in third. Charging Texan is a touch wide. Black silks. At the rail in the red silks is Geminator, and the trailer Mule Skinner. Easy lead right now. Approved. Kicks clear is up by 2. Poncho's Lucky Boy content in second. Secret Blarney's in third. Pressure to the outside center of the racetrack comes Charging Texan. Saving ground still Geminator, and Mule Skinner can see them all. They're in behind this leader. Approved on the front end. Went 24.56. Measured opening quarter as they approach the half-mile pole. It's all Approved right now. Still 2 lengths clear. Poncho's Lucky Boy starts to get a little bit closer with Charging Texan as they've got less than a half mile to go now. Secret Blarney's in traffic. Mule Skinner's making a wide rally. Geminator now at the back of the field. Approved still in front. Now kicks on as 3 lengths clear. Mule Skinner is coming from second. Now launching and making a move outside of Charging Texan. Poncho's Lucky Boy is back to fourth. Secret Blarney and Geminator are at the back of the field as they're approaching the quarter-mile pole. They slowed things down in that half mile. They've got a quarter-mile left to go. It is all Approved, who's in hand. Approved now kicks for home, is still 3-4 lengths clear. Mule Skinner's in pursuit. Poncho's Lucky Boy trying to re-rally Charging Texan. Also Secret Blarney down the center of the racetrack, and Geminator inside the final eighth. Approved is gone. Quick look back from Stuart Elliott. Approved is going to win the opener by open lengths here. It's all Approved. Got to the front. It was over. Approved gets the score. Secret Blarney's going to run on for second. Mule Skinner finishes third in 1 minute 40.93 seconds. Unofficial order finish. First, number 7, Approved. Second, number 2, Secret Blarney. Third, number 5, Mule Skinner. Fourth, number 8, Poncho's Lucky Boy. 7-2-5-8. Unofficial in race 1. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's first, number 7, Approved, a 4-year-old bred in Kentucky by Awesome Again out of Beach Walk. Winning owner and trainer is Steve Asmussen. Winning jockey, Stuart Elliott. Stand by for prices, and we'll get over to today's second race. Start of the early pick 4, 12% takeout. That 50-cent minimum wager. Pick 4 is coming up right after race 1 goes official. Race 1's official, the exacta 390, 50-cent try, $7.80, and the 10-cent super 870. Running time, 1 minute 40.93 seconds. Coming up today's second beaten claiming event, 5.5 furlongs, scratch number 4, a Shekalaka. Started the early pick 4, 12% takeout, 50-cent minimum wager. Race 2 is next. Don't forget, fans, you can join us on Friday nights. Enjoy the best drink special in town. $2 domestic long necks all evening, only at Sam Houston Race Park. And we'd like to thank our diamond partners, Pulse Power, Coca-Cola, ECI, Shoppers, and LaBerge Casino Resort. Race number 2 coming up here at Sam Houston Race Park. One scratch in here of the 4, Shakalaka. Number 3, Euro Devil Woman, 5-1 in the morning line. Money's come in on this runner. Has some speed. Carl Broberg, End Zone Athletics, Rye Eichelberry aboard. You're going to see them team up, looks like quite a bit here during the winter. Comes out of that 5.5 furlong race at Lone Star, but was claimed out of there. Carl Broberg now gets this horse back. He had the horse back here at Sam Houston Race Park in an optional 10. The horse won by 4 lengths, just drawing away. Was odds on to do just that, so taking money, I think that's a good sign. Has some speed, has had a little bit of time off, and she knows how to win. She's got 8 lifetime wins, $211,000 in earnings for the 3, Euro Devil Woman. So that'll end up being my top selection in here. Fred Fowler's already on the board with 1 winner as he got approved to an easy victory there in race number 1. Got to the front end and just kept on going. For me, I had the number 5 there, or I had the 4, but now I'll have the 5, 6-1, NJ's Brass. J.R. Caldwell in here, and they had a nice opening weekend. This one comes off the claim, has had a little bit of time off. You see the Caldwell runner, 7 starters, 2 wins, a second, and 2 thirds. Taking a look at the Oakland Park form, that was at the $20,000 level. They claimed this horse at Lone Star for 10, and then now they drop it in class for 5. So this one at 6-1, I think does offer a little bit of value in here. One to maybe run up into some of your exotics, but I felt like the 3 is going to be the one to get the win here in race number 2. Let's take a look at the 1 real quick. Not on my ticket. I stayed away from this one, but Trey Stiles and I were talking about the number 1, Rizzy's Honors. Robertino Diodoro for M&M Racing. Lane Luzzy aboard here. This one does come off a bit of a layoff. September 16th at Remington Park, running on the grass. Now gets on the main track, 5.5 furlongs. This horse at one time was running on the West Coast at Santa Anita and Los Alamitos Racecourse. Numbers seem to be declining just a touch, so kind of take a look at that and see where Rizzy's Honors fits here in race number 2. But they're getting set to come onto the track. It's the early pick 4, 50-cent minimum wager, 12% takeout. Get involved in that pick 4s. It's coming up now, 10 minutes away. Trey, Fred, myself, we all end up on the number 3, Euro Devil Woman. So you see the action that is reflecting that from 5-1 down to 6-5. There was a scratch in there. We'll see what happens here in race number 2. 10 minutes away, the runners will be coming onto the track. Not sure if we'll get a look at Trey Stiles. There it is, his pick 4 ticket. There's an early pick 4, so if you'd like to put that ticket together or put a combination of that ticket, feel free to do so. And good luck. It's 12% takeout. Hopefully better friendly out there for you folks that are joining us. 10 minutes away. Race 2 is next. Good luck. Horses coming onto the track for today's second race. Started the early pick 4, 12% takeout, 50-cent minimum wager. Scratch number 4, Shakalaka. Here's field number 1, Rizzy's Honors, owned by M&M Racing, jockey Lane Luzzy. The 2, High School Sweetheart, owned by Ronald Katara, jockey Aram Diego. 3, Euro Devil Woman, owned by End Zone Athletics Incorporated, jockey Rye Eichelberry. The 5, NJ's Brass, owned by J.R. Caldwell, jockey Ivan Ariano. The 6, Given Kisses, owned by Jacobo Mejia, jockey Ernesto Valdez Jimenez. 7, Kiss My Grits, owned by Georgie Stewart, and 7 Cedars Farm, LLC, jockey Rayla Gutierrez. And the 8, Bestow, owned by Steve Asmussen, jockey Stuart Elliott. That's the field for today's second start of the early Pick 4. 12% takeout, 50-cent minimum wager. Get in on the Pick 4. It's next. Doggett fans, once again, here on track distancing requirements, they have reduced the number of available betting terminals, so just make sure that you make your wagers early throughout today's card. So we're getting closer to post time now. 2 minutes till race 2, and by order of the governor of Texas, face coverings must be worn properly at all times throughout Sam Houston Race Park, unless you are eating or in the act of drinking. Sam Houston Race Park greatly appreciates your cooperation in keeping everyone safe. You can see the horses circling the chute there. It looks like they're working with the starting gate. Just a very short delay here as they're just, looks like they're working with the truck and the gate. So stand by here for today's second. Once that's sorted, they'll start heading to the gate. Gate is now in position, and the horses are approaching the gate for race 2. And the field is at the gate. It's post time. Post time for today's second. Kicks off the early pick 4. 50-cent minimum wage, 12% takeout. Good luck in the pick 4. Rizzy's Honors moves forward. Two to the outside. Kiss My Grits and Bestow. Bestow to the outside. All in line. All set. Early pick 4 time. And they're off. Step slow for High School Sweetheart. Euro Devil Woman's got early speed. NJ's Brass out in the center of the racetrack giving kisses. And also Kiss My Grits makes it 4 across the track. Rizzy's Honors is going to settle in behind the pace. Trying to run up out of last there is High School Sweetheart inside of Bestow. Euro Devil Woman holds the rail, is up by a head. To the outside, tracking in second, NJ's Brass. Losing a touch of ground was Giving Kisses. Very wide still, Kiss My Grits. Rizzy's Honors being asked the question is 3 lengths off the lead. Bestow is starting to launch from the back of the field. High School Sweetheart at the back, 22.62. Was that opening quarter mile? Well into the far turn right now, approaching the quarter mile pole. Euro Devil Woman in front. Rizzy's Honors is about to challenge there inside of NJ's Brass, and also running on Kiss My Grits. Euro Devil Woman kicks for home. NJ's Brass has not gone away as they've got an 8th to go. NJ's Brass to the outside of Euro Devil Woman. Also Rizzy's Honors trying to run on. NJ's Brass has taken the lead. Rizzy's Honors is up on the outside. NJ's Brass is opening up. NJ's Brass gets the win. Rizzy's Honors for second. Euro Devil Woman and Kiss My Grits. Unofficial order of finish. First, number 5, NJ's Brass. Second, number 1, Rizzy's Honors. Third, number 3, Euro Devil Woman. Fourth, number 7, Kiss My Grits. 5137. Hold all tickets until official. Unofficial running time was 1 minute 6.39. Into the winner's circle is number 5, NJ's Brass. She's a 5-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Shanghai Bobby out of Peppermint Queen. Winning owner and trainer is Jared Caldwell. Winning jockey, Ivan Ariano. Race 2 is official. Exacta return $11.40. Trifecta $14.65, the dollar double. $14.40. Running time 1 minute 6.39. Coming up, today's third. 22 minutes away. Field of 10. Start of a pick 3 and a daily double, 12% takeout. Race 3 is coming up in 22 minutes. Sam Houston Race Park would like to thank our diamond partners, Pulse Power, Coca-Cola, ECI, Shoppers, and LeBerge Casino Resort. Do not forget, by order of the Governor of Texas, face coverings must be worn properly at all times throughout Sam Houston Race Park, unless you are eating or in the act of drinking. Sam Houston Race Park greatly appreciates your cooperation in keeping everyone safe. Also, don't forget, Sam Houston Race Park is open Wednesday through Sunday for simulcast wagering. You can watch and wager on racing all around the world, opening daily at 10:30 a.m. That is Wednesdays through Sundays. Race number 3 coming up here at Sam Houston Race Park. It was 9 to 5 on the morning line. Price is floating up here on Brightest, and the last two efforts, 7,500 and onwards, the two lifetime events, was the favorite last time. That was on October 22nd, so there is a bit of a layoff in here. Price is floating up. We'll see what happens here with the number 9, Brightest, as part of 2 here for Danny Pish, as he's got the 6 and the 9. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please note, number 1, Twirling Around, will race without a hood. So the number 1 will race without a hood. That is just coming across to me here, without a hood on the 1 in today's third. But the number 9, Brightest, looks like this horse has been, at that 7,500, onwards to 2 lifetime level. Now drops into the $5,000 level. I just felt like with the outside post has been tackling some decent horses there earlier in the career. Moved from the barn from Steve Asmussen to Danny Pish. Danny Pish has this 4-year-old filly ready to go. Has had a little bit of that time off, and I think she'll get to the winner's circle here as my top choice. She is floating up, though. Number 6, Miss Yachty, is the one actually taking some money right now. Miss Yachty is dropping in class, and we were just talking about the class, but this one hasn't run since July 20th. So 4-year-old filly by Mr. Bessalou. Danny Pish does train. Lane Leslie will be aboard. Getting bet 9 to 5 currently on the board from a 5 to 2 morning line. So if you're taking a look at the 2 Danny Pish runners right now, the 6 is taking the action over the 9. Miss Yachty, if you go back to her Ratama efforts, she won her debut by 17 1/4 lengths and then was second, beaten 3 1/4. Has been against allowance foes in the last 3, but that was over the summer. So we'll see how she comes back here today. I like the 9. I think Trey and Fred are going to take a look at the number 6. Let's take a look at their picks here. I do believe they both like the 6. Actually, Trey likes the 9 as well, Brightest, but we're kind of seeing it the same on the win end. The number 10, Stormy Depensier, was one that I did add to the ticket. Just felt like this one has an opportunity here to work into the trifecta or some of the exotics in here at 9 to 1. Nice price, I feel like, on the number 10. I think the time off is going to suit her well. 5-year-old mare, Buy Too Much Bling for Brett Calhoun. One to add on my ticket, at least here in race number 3. 11 minutes away. Race 3 is coming up. We'll get into the pick 6. The Space City pick 6 will be coming up in race number 5. That's a 50-cent minimum wager, non-jackpot situation. We'll have the Houston High 5, which is a jackpot, and then we'll have a pick 5 and the late pick 4. It's all coming up. Still plenty of racing action. Thanks for joining us wherever you are across the country. 11 minutes away. Race 3 is next. Horses coming onto the track for today's third. 6 furlongs, field of 10. Number 1, Twirling Around, owned by Jeffrey Thomas Hoffman, jockey Ernesto Valdez Jimenez. Reminder again, the number 1 will race without a hood in today's third. Number 2 is Natalie's Joy, owned by Bobby A. Jenkins, jockey Alfredo Contreras. The 3 is Sue's Easter Girl, owned by Marvin Randall Hughes, jockey Eduardo Perez. 4, Miss Spicy, owned by Charles Bradley Douglas, jockey Francisco Giles. Number 5, Covert Special, owned by Steve F. Williams, jockey Jose Alvarez. The 6, Miss Yachty, owned by Red Lane Thoroughbreds LLC, jockey Lane Lezzy. 7, Eaton's Boogie, owned by John H. Rowe and Malene Hartwig, jockey Carly Hughes. Number 8, Ms. Red Rockette, owned by Craig Harrison, jockey Ivan Ariano. Number 9, Brightest, owned by GFB Racing LLC, jockey Danny Sorensen. And number 10, Stormy DePensier, owned by Wayne Sanders and Larry Hirsch, jockey Shane Laviolette. That's the field for today's third. 6 furlongs is next. There were 2 claims out of today's second race. Number 1, Rizzy's Honors, moves to the barn of Steve Asmussen, and the number 7, Kiss My Grits, moves to the barn of John Hall. Don't forget it's happy hour here at Sam Houston Race Park on Thursdays from 5 to 7 p.m. It is now 5 o'clock, so it's happy hour right now on Thursdays. Due to distancing requirements, we've reduced the number of available betting terminals, so just make sure you allow yourself enough time to get your wagers in for the racing action here today at Sam Houston. And the field's approaching the gate. Approaching the gate for race 3. And the field is at the gate. It's post time. Post time for today's third. Field of 10. Set to sprint, 6 furlongs. Couple more left to load. Covert special and then twirling around. Twirling around moves in. Now hesitates. Now in. All in line. All set. And they're off. Speed from Miss Yachty in between runners. Brightest is towards the outside, and here at the rail, Red Silks is twirling around. Also, Ms. Red Rockette is in the early mixes. Now, it's going to be twirling around and Ms. Red Rockette to press on. Stablemates, Brightest is outside of Miss Yachty. They are third and fourth. Stormy Depensier is there in the fifth position, and the Purple Silks in behind that comes Covert Special. Eaton's Boogie is next there. Miss Spicy towards the back of the field. It's Sue's Easter Girl in the trailer. Natalie's Joy twirling around, takes him into the far turn, is up by a length and a half. Not keeping up is Ms. Red Rockette in second. Traveling as a team there is Brightest, who's under a drive. Miss Yachty's trying to go with that rival. Stormy Depensier is 6 off the lead. It's still twirling around, who's kicking clear, approaching the quarter-mile pole. Twirling around, 4 lengths clear. Ms. Red Rockette is dropping back a touch. Miss Yachty's going to have to tip outside of that rival. Brightest starts to kick it into high gear. Twirling around, has done all the heavy lifting on the front end. Stormy Depensier is trying to run on. Also Brightest, 8th to go. Twirling around, is looking for the wire. Brightest is getting closer, but twirling around just keeps finding on the front end. Brightest is still chasing. Here comes a late run. Natalie's Joy from far, far out of it. Twirling around, got to the front and got the score. Brightest for second. Late run there from Natalie's Joy, and Stormy Depensier finishing fourth in 1 minute 13.76 seconds. Unofficial order finish posted. First number 1, Twirling Around. Second number 9, Brightest. Third number 2, Natalie's Joy. Fourth number 10, Stormy Depensier. 19210, your order finish. Hold all tickets until race 3 is official. Running time was 1 minute 13.76 unofficial for the 6 furlong. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's third race, number 1, Twirling Around. She's a 4-year-old bred in Texas by Twirling Candy out of Clara Kelly. Winning owners, Jeffrey Thomas Hoffman. Winning trainers, Ronnie Cravens III. And the winning jockey, Ernesto Valdez Jimenez. Race 3 is official. Dollar exact, $1.9, $14 even. 50-cent trifecta, $74.40. Dollar double 5 with 1, $38.20, and the $1 pick 3. 451 was $77.30. Pick 3, 751, $77.30. 10-cent superfecta, $89.44. Running time, 1 minute 13.76 seconds. Coming up, today's fourth. Field of 7 set to go postward. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and a pick 3. It's all coming up. Race 4 in 20 minutes. Horses coming onto the track for today's fourth race. Maiden event, going 1 mile. Field of 7. Number 1's Balbina, owned by Cortland Farm. Jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Number 2 is Sheer Devil, owned by Lone Star Thoroughbreds LLC. Jockey Ivan Ariano. The 3, Smoky Reflection, owned by Rosalie A. Smith and Patrick Swan. Jockey Iram Diego. The 5, Repo Girl, owned by Lone Star Racing Club. Jockey Ernesto Valdez Jimenez. Number 4 is Wild Combo, owned by Spendthrift Farm LLC. Jockey Stuart Elliott. 6, Indie Lover, owned by Terry Oaf. Jockey Sophie Doyle. And number 7, Callison, owned by Windy Leaf Farm LLC. Jockey Lane Lezzie. That's the field for today's fourth. 1 mile the distance, 6 minutes till race 4. Getting closer to post time here, 5 minutes till today's fourth race. Just a quick reminder, folks, distancing requirements. They have reduced the number of available betting terminals, so just make sure you make your wagers early throughout the day. So we've got 5 minutes till race 4. Also, by order of the Governor of Texas, face coverings must be worn properly at all times throughout Sam Houston Race Park, unless you are eating or in the act of drinking. Sam Houston Race Park greatly appreciates your cooperation in keeping everyone safe. It is happy hour right now. Don't forget on Thursdays, happy hour here at Sam Houston Race Park from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Once we start our Wednesday programs, you see it on your video monitors there. We will have that on Wednesdays and Thursdays as well. That'll be later on in the season, but Thursdays, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. for happy hour. few more minutes here till today's fourth race. Don't forget, race 5 is going to mark the beginning of the Space City Pick 6, 50-cent minimum wager. 12% takeout. Non-jackpot standard Pick 6. That'll start in race number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, please note, in race number 7, scratch number 3, Raging Gold Digger. Number 3, Raging Gold Digger is scratched out of today's 7th race. Horses approaching the gate for race 4. And the horses are at the gate. It's post time for race 4. Maiden set to go. Indie Lover, Callicent to the outside. All in line. All set. And they're off. Slow start there for Balbina. Repo Girl's got speed to the outside. Sheer Devil, they line up. It's going to be Sheer Devil to hold the rail. Is going to put a nose in front. Repo Girl's in the 2-path now in second. Out wider comes Callicent, who's in third. Sneaking through on the inside now to challenge for the third position. There is Smoky Reflection, who's now taken back by Aram Diego. Further back in the Yellow Silk's Wild Combos. Getting the hurry up there from Stuart Elliott to move closer. Indie Lover is second to last. And the trailer slow starting Balbina. Pumped up on the front end. It's Sheer Devil. She's a little rank up there. She's up by a length and a half. Repo Girl's right there in second. Callicent's in third. Smoky Reflection is settled there mid-pack. Wild Combo still being asked to move forward. Indie Lover towards the back of the field with Balbina. 24.40. It's Sheer Devil on the front end as they're approaching the half-mile pole. Sheer Devil tries to take them all the way. Repo Girl's getting closer, so is Callicent, who's about to challenge for the second position. Smoky Reflection needs room. Wild Combo is now in between runners. Indie Lover still wide. At the back is Balbina. Sheer Devil went 49.32. Did back it off a little bit in that second quarter. Is still 2 lengths clear. Callicent is in pursuit in second. Also now under a drive, Repo Girl. Wild Combo's got to do better. Is dropping back through the field as Indie Lover passes that one. Is taken fourth. Smoky Reflection. Trailer is Balbina. It's Sheer Devil doing it nicely on the front end. Callicent looks like the main threat to the outside. Here comes Callicent to the outside of Sheer Devil. It's between these two right now. Callicent blows on by. Sheer Devil's back to second with an 8 to go. Callicent now drawing away. Callicent is up by a length and a half, and it's going to widen that margin. Sheer Devil has run game here in her debut. Running third is Indie Lover, but it's going to be Callicent to crush under Layden Luzzy. Callicent gets the win. Sheer Devil, Indie Lover, and Repo Girl in 1 minute 40.49 seconds. Order finished, posted. First number 7, Calicent. Second number 2, Sheer Devil. Third number 6, Indie Lover. Fourth number 5, Repo Girl. 7265. Hold all tickets until official. Race 4 is official. Dollar exacta, $22.80. Trifecta, $72.55. Into the winner's circle is the winner of today's fourth race, number 7, Calicent. She's a 3-year-old bred in Kentucky by Super Saver out of Hot Rendezvous. Winning owner is Windy Lee Farm, LLC. Winning trainer is Danny Pish, and the winning jockey, Lane Leslie. Dollar double, $24.70. $1 pick 3 returned $94.20, and the 10-cent superfecta $147.20. Final running time was 1 minute 40.49 seconds. Coming up, race 5, it's pick 6 time. Don't forget about that new format, non-jackpot, standard 50-cent minimum wager, the pick 6. Space City pick 6 starts right here in race 5, 1 mile on the John B. Connolly Turf Course. Turf rail at 18 feet, 21 minutes away. Race 5 is coming up, a field of 10 to go 2 turns on the turf at Sam Houston Race Park. Good luck. And race number 5 coming up here at Sam Houston Race Park does kick off the Space City Pick 6, 50-cent minimum wager, 12% takeout here in the wager, a field of 10. My top choice is going to be the number 3, Vim and Vigor. Big effort there by Callicent there in race number 4. I'm going to check on the pronunciation. For some reason, I feel like it's Calescent. I was going back and forth, but I'd heard the replays on that horse, and Callicent sounded like the name that was pronounced, but maybe something we can chase down, because really impressive win going the 2 turns. We'll find out from Danny Pish and those connections on the correct naming there of that horse, because of course when it gets its maiden score, I'm just kind of wondering if it might have been Calescent, but we'll check. I'll check on it. That's just things that announcers think about at the booth. Anyway, we got race number 5 coming up, Space City Pick 6, 50-cent minimum wager, non-jackpot, 12% takeout. I'm going to go with the number 3, Vim and Vigor, 3-year-old gelding, Kentucky bred. You know, you go back to the effort here at Remington Park. This horse was 60-1 in the debut effort, sprinting going 6 furlongs. Then got on the grass and was odds on there. Got beaten fourth, beaten only a length. Then came back and won. Then came back to the optional 75. Another consistent effort. You know, ran in the Springboard Mile, got beaten by 19.5, but now comes back, gets on grass, going the 1 mile distance. I think you get some value here, 6-1, so let's go with the number 3, Vim and Vigor, as the top choice. You can go in a lot of different directions in here. Trey Styles like the number 9, River Ruler, 3-year-old called by Will Take Charge out of Cleopatra's Finest. Has put some real nice efforts back to back to back, 3 in a row recently. A win at the 25,000 dollars to 2, and then a second beat in the neck. They have all been sprinting, so we'll see basically what's going to happen here from a pace standpoint. Floating up in price a little bit, 7-2, now 5-1 on the board. Scott Young, Floyd Wathy Jr. teaming up in here. Connections that will run races here at Sam Houston Race Park, and you'll see those connections quite often. So we'll see what happens here in race number 5. It kicks off the pick 6. We'll take a look at Trey's selections, Fred's, and myself. If you had the number 7 in the last race, good on you. Got the winner home. Trey's going to go with the number 9. Fred and I both like the 3. We both kind of saw the same thing in there. So we'll see what happens here in the beginning. First leg of the Space City Pick 6, and again, that new format. Standard non-jackpot, 12% takeout, and it starts right here. 12 minutes away, the Pick 6, Space City Pick 6 is coming up. Good luck. Horses coming onto the track for today's fifth race. 1 mile is the distance on the John B. Connolly Turf Course. Turf rail at 18 feet. Kicks off the Space City Pick 6. 12% takeout, 50-cent minimum wager. It's Pick 6 time. Race 5. Number 1 is Busy Legs, owned by Colleen Davidson, jockey Leandro Concalves. The 2 stands Hook and Bull, owned by Diamond W Racing Stable and Desra Schlansky, jockey Iram Diego. Number 3, Vim and Vigor, owned by Hugh Moore, jockey Sophie Doyle. The 4, Generator, owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC, jockey Stuart Elliott. 5, Flash of Mischief, owned by Jerry Namey, jockey Rai Akabari. 6, Texas Bad Boy, owned by Cameron Horton and Jim Volk, jockey Domingo Chacaltana. 7, Lizard King, owned by Matheson Racing LLC, jockey Raylu Gutierrez. The 8, Waco Kid, owned by Bad Boy Racing LLC, jockey Ezekiel Lara. The 9, River Ruler, owned by Samuel F. Henderson, jockey Floyd Wathy Jr. Number 10, Spotted Bull, owned by Douglas Scharbauer, jockey Lindy Wade. That's the field for race 5. 6 minutes till the start of the Space City Pick 6. No jackpot. Standard Pick 6, 50-cent minimum wager, 12% takeout. Race 5 is next. Don't forget, on Friday nights, enjoy the best drink special in town. $2 domestic long necks all evening at Sam Houston Race Park. Join us on Thursday afternoons, just like today. First post time of 4 o'clock. It's also happy hour from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Quick reminder, by order of the Governor of Texas, face coverings must be worn properly at all times throughout Sam Houston Race Park unless you are eating or in the act of drinking. Sam Houston Race Park greatly appreciates your cooperation in keeping everyone safe. Big thank you to our diamond partner, L'Auberge Casino Resort in Lake Charles. Runner stepping onto the John B. Connolly Turf course, approaching the gate. Runner set to load. It's post time for race 5. First leg of the Space City Pick 6. Quick reminder again, non-jackpot, standard Pick 6, 50-cent minimum wager. No jackpot here in the Space City Pick 6. Starts right here. River Ruler and also Spotted Bull to the outside. Spotted Bulls last to load, all in line, all set. Space City Pick 6 time non-jackpot. Standard Pick 6 starts right now. And they're off. Step slow for Busy Legs. Flash of Mischief has early speed, so does Vim and Vigor to the inside. The gray stands Hook and Bull. Doesn't look like anyone really wants the front, as Texas Bad Boy is going to challenge Flash of Mischief as they head towards the first turn. Looking for a spot to tuck in behind that battling duo is River Ruler, who's going to be a touch wide as they move around that turn. Stands Hook and Bull. Vim and Vigor's back there in 5th. Outside of that runner comes Spotted Bull, having a tap on the brakes there with Busy Legs, who's towards the back in the orange silks of Lizard King. The two at the back are Waco Kid and Generator. Can see them all. Flash of Mischief has a full-length lead. Mild pressure from Texas Bad Boy to the outside in 2nd. Stands Hook and Bull is inside of River Ruler, who's moving forward, now taking 3rd. Vim and Vigor is on a tight hold there in 5th. Outside is Spotted Bull. Still saving ground, Red Silks is Busy Legs. Out wider on the course, Waco Kid. Being asked to move forward now, Lizard King, and at the back still, Generator. 23.18 the opening quarter, 49.55 for the half-mile time. Flash of Mischief, trying to take them all the way. Texas Bad Boy won't go away, is within a neck of the lead. Stands Hook and Bull, the gray gets some room. River Ruler's trying to make a move. Vim and Vigor being asked the question there from 5th. Also trying to rally is Busy Legs. Flash of Mischief still in front, 3/4 of a length lead. Texas Bad Boy being asked for the effort. Stands Hook and Bull is going to get some room as the rail is open now. River Ruler down the center of the course as well. Vim and Vigor is going to tip outside. Still running on Busy Legs. Flash of Mischief kicks for home. Texas Bad Boy, River Ruler, Vim and Vigor gets it into high gear and Stands Hook and Bull to the inside. Texas Bad Boy to the outside. A Flash of Mischief. Texas Bad Boy now puts a neck in front. Texas Bad Boy kicks off the Pick 6. At 12-1. Flash of Mischief finished 2nd. Stands Hook and Bull. Further back, River Ruler looked like Vim and Vigor and Generator in 1 minute 39.54. Unofficial order finish posted. First, number 6, Texas Bad Boy. Second, number 5, Flash of Mischief. Third, number 2, Stan's Hook and Bull. Fourth, number 9, River Ruler. Fifth, to round out your Houston High 5 was number 3, Vim and Vigor. 65293. Your Houston High 5 numbers. Hold all tickets until race 5 is official. Running time 1 minute 39.54. Now into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 5th race, number 6, Texas Bad Boy, a 3-year-old bred in Kentucky by Texas Red out of Slewville. Winning owners, Cameron Horton and Jim Volk. Winning trainers, Kevin Scholl. Winning rider, Domingo Chacaltana. Race 5 is official. Dollar exact is $61.30, 50-cent trifecta, $313.90. Dollar double, $79.20. The $1 pick 3, $176, $557.60. Early pick 4 returns $766.55. 10-cent superfecta, $392.09. And the Houston High 5, there's carryover. That'll go to the 10th and final, $12,846.76. Final running time, 1 minute 39.54 seconds. Coming up, today's 6th race, 1 mile on the main track, scratch number 5, New Mexico. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, and the pick 5. 12% takeout on the pick 5. 50-cent minimum wager is next. Race number 6, pick 5 time is coming up here at Sam Houston Race Park. And while Texas Bad Boy now 2 for 2 in his career, you know, if you listen to Steve Bick and you've heard him covering Sam Houston Race Park this season early on, he and I spoke about the pick 6 and he talked about the first leg. And wouldn't you know it, he had Texas Bad Boy. He liked this one on top, 20-1. Goes down to 12-1, returns $26.20. So if you listen to Steve Bick and everything that he does for racing and him talking about Sam Houston Race Park and covering us this afternoon, it's paid off as you've kicked off the pick 6 very nicely. We'll see what happens there in the pick 6, 12-1 to kick off the first leg. Number 7, vice versa, will be your top selection in here. I had New Mexico, and New Mexico was scratched as we were getting ready to, or as we went through scratches and changes. So New Mexico is out. Vice versa will end up being the top selection, 3-5 on the board. Robertino Diodoro's got 2 in here. Both of them look very tough in this spot, but vice versa is 1-3 in a row. I guess the only question is the distance. That's why I didn't pick this one originally on top, but 0 for 3 going a mile, so does that make me a little bit concerned here? Yes, at a very short price, also yes. So 3-5. We'll see what happens here. It's the first leg of the pick 5. I think some tickets will single this horse. They may add the number 2, Dreams of Valor, to the ticket. But it looks like 3 main runners are taking all the action right now. We're going to take a look, I believe, at the 2, Dreams of Valor. And there's the 2. Robertino Diodoro also has this runner. This one ran at Churchill Downs last time at an optional $62,000 event. 6 feet and 20 3/4 lengths behind Hembry. You know, was running in Santa Anita and Del Mar before that and was running really well. Not really sure what happened last time, but comes here to this allowance level, going the 2 turns at Sam Houston Race Park. So the 7 and the 2 both look like they've got a real big shot in here. 3-5, 8-5. Not sure if you're going to play both on a ticket because they're both very short prices. The number 3, Steve Asmussen, Winchell Thoroughbreds, Raylu Gutierrez, Rotation. If you look at Rotation's running style, is going to need some pace in front. It's now down to a 6-horse field, so is this horse going to get the setup that is required to see that late kick? Early on in the career, you know, at Churchill Downs, this horse was able to show some speed, but it looks like some of that speed is backed off a little bit. Did finish behind Hunkleburn in Love, who had a phenomenal 2020 season, but the number 3, 5-year-old by Tappet, I think, has potential here to get in the mix. The mile is probably the question mark, 0 for 4 at the distance, and is really going to have to be running to take down one of the 2 favorites in here. But we'll see what happens here in race number 6. My top choice was scratched, so I do have the number 7, Vice Versa, now as the top selection. It kicks off the pick 5. We'll see if we get one of the favorites home in here. You see my selections just knock off the 5 there. The 5 is scratched, so looks like we're all in the 7. Myself, Trey, and Fred. Not always a good thing in 2020 when we were always on the same horse. It just seemed like those were favorites and they got beat. But we'll see what happens here. Race number 6, pick 5 time. Good luck at Sam Houston Race Park. Runners coming onto the track for tonight's sixth race, scratch number 5, New Mexico. Start of the pick 5, 12% takeout, 50-cent minimum wager. Race 6 in 6 minutes. Number 1, Sports Fan. Owned by Brian Hawk, jockey Lindy Wade. Number 2, Dreams of Valor, owned by Michael and Heidi Guida. An R6 stable, jockey Lane Lizzie. The 3, Rotation, owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC, jockey Raylu Gutierrez. 4, Cowboy Bling, owned by Tony Edison, jockey Iram Diego. The 6, Trump's Revenge, owned by Christy Michelle Love and Ken Pullen, jockey Weston Hamilton. And the 7, Vice Versa, owned by Lana Veast, Jason Ryan and Randy Marriott, jockey Brett Eichelberry. That's the field for today's 6th. Start of the pick 5. 5 minutes till race 6. Don't forget, due to distancing requirements, fewer betting terminals, so make sure that you wager early and don't get shut out. Texas's biggest racing day of the year, over $1 million in purses. 6 stakes races featuring the Grade 3 Houston Ladies Classic, the John B. Connolly Turf Cup, the Texas Turf Mile, plenty of stakes racing action. That'll be coming up January 31st. It's a Sunday, our only Sunday afternoon program. Join us for the Houston Racing Festival. It's Texas's biggest day of racing of the year. Also come see our beautiful new apartments. Modern, luxurious, iconic living. Estancia San Miguel. This is what you've been searching for. Getting closer here to the pick 5. Don't forget, 12% takeout. The pick 5 is coming up, 50-cent minimum wager, and the field is approaching the gate. And the horses are at the gate. It's post time. Post time for today's 6. Start at the pick 5. Vice versa, last to load. Pick 5 time. Good luck. All in line. All set. And they're off. Speed from the inside, Dreams of Valor quickly out to the front. Cowboy Bling is going to settle in second as they move towards the first turn. Saving ground to the inside, Sports Fan, who's going to hold that position. Also moving forward was Vice Versa, who's going to be a touch wide, 4 wide around that turn. In between those runners, now in 5th, is Rotation, who's close to the pace, and Trump's Revenge at the back of the field. They try to slow things down up front. Lane Luzzy and Dreams of Valor. They're up by a neck. Here comes Cowboy Bling to engage to the outside. Vice Versa, still wide as they move to the backstretch, now takes 3rd. At the rail is Sports Fan. Keeping that one hemmed in is Rotation, and that the back gets Trump's Revenge. They're tightly bunched. About 4 to cover them all. As they work to the backstretch. 25.02. Slow opening quarter mile. They did slow things down. It's Dreams of Valor who lets it out a notch, is up by 3/4 of a length. Cowboy Bling is right there in second. Vice Versa still wide. Orange Silks with less than a half mile to go. Rotation is being asked to move forward. Trump's Revenge is out of last, and the trailer is Sports Fan. 49.49 for the half-mile time. They did pick it up a little bit. It's still Dreams of Valor, Vice Versa, making a 3-wide move around Cowboy Bling. Now 3 of them across the track. Rotation is looking for room, is inside this battling trio, is going to tip outside now, also running on Trump's Revenge, and even Sports Fan is back into the bit. Less than a quarter mile to go. Dreams of Valor kicks for home. To the outside is Vice Versa. Vice Versa's outside of Dreams of Valor. Here comes Rotation, though, and Rotation is coming right after Vice Versa. 8th to go. Vice Versa to the inside. Rotation, Sports Fan, Trump's Revenge. They're even launching late. Rotation has put a nose in front. Vice Versa tries to battle back. Rotation from off the pace gets the win. Vice Versa for second. Trump's Revenge and Sports Fan in 1 minute 39.55 seconds. Order finish posted. First number 3, Rotation. Second number 7, Vice Versa. Third number 6, Trump's Revenge. Fourth number 1, Sports Fan. 3761. Unofficial order finish. Hold all tickets until race 6 is official. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's sixth race, number 3, Rotation, a 5-year-old bred in Kentucky by Tappet, out of Free Spin. Winning owner, Winchell Thoroughbreds, LLC. Winning trainer, Steve Asmussen. Give him a training double on the afternoon and evening. And the winning rider, Raylu Gutierrez. 3761. Hold all tickets until official running time, 1 minute 39.55. Race 6 official, exacta $9.20, trifecta $29.10. The double, 6-3, $60 even, $1 pick 3, 763, $304.20. And the 10-cent superfecta, $11.12. Running time again, 1 minute 39.55. Coming up, race 7, scratch number 3, Raging Gold Digger. Start of the late pick 4. It's late pick 4 time. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double pick 3. Late pick 4 is next. Race number 7 coming up here at Sam Houston Race Park. It's late pick 4 time. It's 12% takeout, 50-cent minimum wager. Get involved here in the late pick 4 wherever you are across the country. Look like a nice pool there in the pick 5, so we'll see how that plays out as you do get the $8.80 return there on rotation, who in a tightly bunched field, and they really backed it off, and it was a real sprint for home, and was close enough to those leaders that just had a better closing kick through the lane. So congratulations to the connection, Steve Asmussen, with 2 wins on the card. Race number 7 is going to go the 2-turn distance, the 1 mile. I did go to the number 8 Undivided. It's getting bet down now from 8-1 down to 3-1. So the price has been chopped a little bit. Was 3-1 last out. Was claimed for $5,000 at Remington Park. It says mild rally, 4 wide in the stretch. If you go back to the other 2 efforts before that, the $7,500 level and $5,000, both good seconds, and I just felt like this one fits in this spot. Ernesto Valdez Jimenez, he's won 1 this evening. Going to go back to this a 6-year-old mare, see if she can get the job done here in race number 7. At 3-1, not sure on the win end. I kind of like the 8-1 price, but we'll see what happens here. Still very early, 13 minutes away from race number 7. The 7 is AJ's Grand, and you heard Trey Styles talking about this horse. Steve Asmussen, they've won 2 tonight. Stuart Elliott back aboard here. Was not on when the horse was at Delta Downs. Now comes over here to Sam Houston Race Park. Numbers-wise, seems like might be a little bit better than this field, but is going to be a short price at 9-5. So I stayed away from the 7. Did play this one underneath, so I like the 8 over the 7. But there's a few prices in here that you could definitely see coming in. There's horses that are coming off of layoffs or fresh coming into this race. So we'll see what happens here in race number 7. Put those pick 4 tickets together. It's the late pick 4, 50-cent minimum wager. Get involved in that pick 4. So we'll see what happens here. 12 minutes away. Race 7 is coming up. There's Trey's picks, Fred and myself in today's 7th race. I think we got a pick 4 ticket. Let's see. I think we got Trey's late pick 4 ticket up here. Don't forget Jessica Paquette. She's been bringing you some tickets and selections. She's been doing that so far this season. She's at JM Paquette. She always has some real nice insight on pedigrees and horses that she likes, and try to find some long shots. She gave us a 35-1 winner last week as the long shot play, so we'll see if we can get another one home this weekend. But as far as my selections, I'm a little cold right now. Let's try and get one in the winner's circle, one in the win column. 8-7 for me here in race number 7. We'll see what happens. 11 minutes away. Start of the late pick 4. Get involved. 12% takeout. It's next. Horses coming onto the track for today's 7th race. 1 mile the distance, beaten claiming event. Scratch number 3, Raging Gold Digger. Start of the late pick 4. Late pick 4 is coming up. 12% takeout, 50-cent minimum wager. Get in on the late pick 4. It's next. Number 1 is Bold Legend, owned by Alan Doopy, jockey Lane Leslie. The 2, Ion Harper, owned by Team Bryant Thoroughbreds, jockey Obed Sanchez. The 4, Sundance 7, owned by Terry Oaf, jockey Sophie Doyle. Number 5, GP's Amazing Grace, owned by Patrick Swan, jockey Jose Alvarez. The 6, High Class Euro, owned by Steve F. Williams, jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Number 7, AJ's Grand, owned by Steve Asmussen, jockey Stuart Elliott. The 8, Undivided, owned by Henry S. Wett Jr., jockey Ernesto Valdez Jimenez. Number 9, 7 Violets, owned by Daryl W. Brabenek, jockey Alfredo Contreras. And the 10, Ruby Does Sparkle, owned by Empire Racing Stables LLC, jockey Rye Eichelberry. That's the field for today's 7th. 1 mile the distance. The late pick 4, 12% takeout. Late pick 4 time is next. Don't forget, we're going to race Friday and Saturday night. First post time 6:45. Make sure you join us this weekend for more live racing here at Sam Houston Race Park. First post time 6:45. Open Wednesday through Sunday for simulcast wagering. You can watch and wager on racing all around the world, opening at 10:30 in the morning. Come on out and join us for simulcast wagering. Distancing requirements. They've reduced the available number of betting terminals, so make sure you make your wagers early throughout the evening. 5 minutes till race 7, and by order of the Governor of Texas, face coverings must be worn properly at all times throughout Sam Houston Race Park unless you are eating or in the act of drinking. Sam Houston Race Park greatly appreciates your cooperation in keeping everyone safe. Getting closer to the start of the late pick 4. Again, 12% takeout. Get involved in this late pick 4 as it's coming up. Now a field of 9 getting set to go the 1 mile distance. And the field's approaching the gate for race 7. And runners are at the gate. It's post time. Post time for today's 7th. 1 mile is the distance. Field of 9 to kick off the late pick 4. 12% takeout. Three out. Undivided. GP's Amazing Grace. 7 Violets. Late pick 4 time here at Sam Houston Race Park. Good luck. All in line. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Undivided. Steve from the inside, Bold Legend. Quickly out to the front. Is going to hold that position and take the lead. 7 Violets from the outside post is going to save some ground, is in the 3 path now, will challenge for that early supremacy. Further back in the field in third, GP's Amazing Grace, Black Silks' High Class Euro. In that second grouping, 3 wide comes AJ's Grand, very wide as Ruby does Sparkle. Undivided's in the pink silks now with that leading group. Gap of about 6. Back to Ion Harper and the trailer. Sundance 7. Pace pressure to the outside of Bold Legend. Bold Legend with a neck in front. 7 Violets goes right with her. Also moving forward, AJ's Grand. Inside of that rival comes High Class Euro. Losing ground quickly there was GP's Amazing Grace. As here comes Ruby Does Sparkle and Undivided. They move as a pair as they're in their front 6 now. As dropping back was GP's Amazing Grace, Ion Harper, and the trailer, Sundance 7, 49.09, the half-mile time. Bold Legend, Lane Leslie trying to take them all the way is up by 3/4 of a length. Here comes 7 Violets ready to engage. AJ's Grand is moving from 3rd. Also running on High Class Euro, Undivided. Pink Silks is trying to mount a challenge. Ion Harper is launching a very wide move, also trying to run on there. Ruby Does Sparkle. They're approaching the quarter-mile pole. Bold Legend with a nose in front. 7 Violets comes right after her. 3 wide is going to be AJ's Grand. Undivided. Yellow Blinkers gets some room, is in 4th. Still late run here from Ion Harper. AJ's Grand is taking the lead. AJ's Grand with an 8th to go. Undivided is trying to run on with Bold Legend. Ion Harper at a massive price is running on as well. AJ's Grand inside the final 16th. Undivided is going to try one more time. Going to get tight. AJ's Grand. Undivided photo finish. Very tight photo between Undivided and AJ's Grand. Further back there, Bold Legend and Ion Harper in 1 minute 41.85 seconds. It's a photo. It's photo finish. Photo for the win in race 7. Stand by for the numbers here. Numbers coming up here very shortly for race 7. Tight photo for the win in today's 7th. Result of the photo, first number 8, Undivided. Second number 7, AJ's Grand. Third number 1, Bold Legend. Fourth number 2, Ion Harper. 8712. Unofficial order finish. Running time 1 minute 41.85 seconds. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 7th race, number 8, Undivided. She's a 6-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Divine Park out of Harlan Helper. Winning owner is Henry S. Witt Jr. Winning trainer is Amanda Barton. The winning jockey, Ernesto Valdez Jimenez. Riding double for Ernesto Valdez Jimenez. 8-7-1-2. 6-1 over 7-5 over 7-1 over 60-1. In race 7. Hold all tickets. Race 7 is official, $1 exact at $22 even. 50-cent trifecta, $74 even. Dollar double, $34.10. $1 pick 3, 638, $328.90. 10-cent superfecta, $161.79. Final running time was 1 minute 41.85 seconds. Coming up, race 8, it's late pick 3 time. 20 minutes away. Race 8. 1 mile is the distance. 12% takeout. The pick 3, the late pick 3, is next. Race number 8 coming up here at Sam Houston Race Park. Hey, we got a winner home there, $14 in the final jump there. Undivided gets it done. Ernesto Valdez Jimenez at a price 6-1, so hopefully you had it. We'll see what happens here. Carlos Sixes is on my ticket. This was the top choice. Tough to get around this horse from a class standpoint. Was running against allowance foes in the last few starts. They claimed the horse for $10,000. Now they do drop in class for $5,000. So kind of take a look at what happens here in this spot. Should have enough pace to set things up. Just comes from a little off of it. It looks like there is enough pace from AP's Bluegrass, Celestial Cowboy. Flash Forecast is putting the blinkers on. So I think it sets up here for the number 8 Carlos Sixes. But we'll see. We'll see what happens here in race number 8. 2-5, obviously a very short price favorite in today's 8th race. I believe we're going to scroll over. Let's see who we take a look at in here. It looks like we're going to take a look at the number 5, and that is Trustworthy. And Trustworthy, it was one that I was trying to get on a bounce back angle here. You know, the horse had run the last 3 times was the betting favorite. Second beaten the head, then fourth beaten 2 3/4, then ninth beaten 12.5 lengths. So are we seeing some form that's tailing off a bit in here? It's possible. Stuart Elliott for Steve Asmussen. The horse is taking money. 10-1 on the morning line. Now bet down to 5-1. This one was on the ticket for me. I'm going to go with the number 5 underneath because I think Carlos Sixes is just going to be a very short price in here that you are seeing currently on the board at 2-5. So tread lightly as far as how you attack this favorite. Trey Styles, Fred Fowler, and myself, we are all on the number 8. And, we've talked about that a little bit. We're all on the favorite. We'll just kind of see how that plays out. But got a winner home there in the last. Let's try and keep it rolling here. Carlos Sixes is the top choice. It's race number 8, the late pick 3. 10 minutes away. Race 8, late pick 3 kicks off right now. Horses coming onto the track for today's 8th race. Start of the late pick 3, field of 10. Number 1, Archie, owned by Mark David Hickson, jockey Rye Eichelberry. The 2, AP's Bluegrass, owned by Steve F. Williams, jockey Ezekiel Lara. Number 3, Celestial Cowboy, owned by Patrick D. Aguilar, jockey Ty Kennedy. The 4, Flash Forecast, owned by Brian Hawk, jockey Jose Alvarez. Number 5, Trustworthy, owned by Clark Brewster, jockey Stuart Elliott. Number 6, Witt's Dollar Night, owned by Henry S. Witt Jr., jockey Ernesto Valdez Jimenez. Number 7, Euro Bad Guy, owned by Colton Sanders and Mason McIntyre, jockey Benny Landeros. Number 8, Carlos Sixes, owned by Caden Dean Arthur, jockey Relu Gutierrez. Number 9, Formidable Force, owned by Dale Shenian, jockey Floyd Wathy Jr. And number 10, Lord Stratton, owned by Pat Sheets, jockey Weston Hamilton. That's the field for today's 8th race, late pick 3, 1 mile, the distance, 6 minutes. Race 8. Don't forget, every Friday night, enjoy the best drink special in town. $2 domestic long necks all evening, only at Sam Houston Race Park. And Sam Houston Race Park would like to thank our diamond partners, Pulse Power, Coca-Cola, ECI, Chapas, and LaBerge Casino Resort. Back tomorrow and Saturday, first post time 6:45. Join us, Sam Houston Race Park. Don't forget also that Sam Houston Race Park is powered by Pulse Power. And the field's approaching the gate for race 8. Field is at the gate. It's post time. Post time for today's 8th. 2 more to load. Trustworthy and Lord Stratton. Lord Stratton moves in, all in line, all set. And they're off. Celestial Cowboy gets the first call. AP's Bluegrass is into the early mix as well. Trustworthy is going to be 3 wide, 4 wide. Wits Dollar Knight, 5 wide. Carlos Sixes gets very tight there as Trustworthy will take the front. Wits Dollar Knight's going to track in second. Celestial Cowboy is going to give up the lead there, is back in third. Out wide are still Carlos Sixes, is challenging for that third position. Very tight there for AP's Bluegrass, who's usually up on the pace, is moving forward there from fifth. In behind them comes Euro Bad Guy Archie and the Red Silks is mid-pack. Further back in the field comes Lord Stratton, Formidable Force, and at the back, Flash Forecast. Trustworthy is on the front end, is up by a head. Wits Dollar Knight ready to engage right to the outside. Carlos Six is now alone in third as Celestial Cowboys losing a placing. Euro Bad Guys making a wide move out in the center of the racetrack in the Orange Silks. Trying to scoot through at the rail, AP's Bluegrass, who's had a tough trip. Archie's in between runners, very wide, Formidable Force. Lord Stratton and Flash Forecast at the back of the field. Half-mile time was 49.53 seconds, and the sprint is on now as here comes Carlos Sixes with a 3-wide move outside of Wits Dollar Knight. Trustworthy is trying to hang in there as well. 4 wide is going to be Euro Bad Guy. Carlos Sixes, your new leader, is up by a neck. Trustworthy tries to battle right back to the inside as Carlos Sixes does drift a bit as they reach the top of the stretch. Trustworthy to the inside. Carlos Sixes to the outside. Wits Dollar Knight in between them. Archie's trying to run on Flash Forecast. Yellow Silks is unleashing from the back of the pack. Carlos Sixes has the lead, but for how long? Flash Forecast up on the outside. Carlos Sixes sticks his neck out, and Carlos Sixes is almost home. Carlos Sixes, Flash Forecast. Carlos Sixes gets the win. Flash Forecast for second. Trustworthy finished third, and Archie in fourth in 1 minute 40.50 seconds. Unofficial order finish posted. First, number 8, Carlos Sixes. Second, number 4, Flash Forecast. Third, number 5, Trustworthy. Fourth, number 1, Archie. 8-4-5-1. Your order finish. Running time 1 minute 40.50. 6-5 on your winner here. Right on the morning line price there in race 8. 8-4-5-1. Hold all tickets. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 8th race, number 8, Carlos Sixes, a 7-year-old bred in Kentucky by Quality Road out of Design for Life. Winning owner, Caden Dean Arthur. Winning trainers, Austin Gustafson. Winning jockey, Raylu Gutierrez. Riding double for Raylu Gutierrez. Exacta, $11.40. Trifecta, $22.15. Dollar double, $24.30. The $1 pick 3, $110.60. And the 10-cent superfecta, $22 even. Three claims in today's 8th race. Number 2, AP's Bluegrass, moves to the barn of Ray Ashford. Number 4, Flash Forecast, moves to the barn of Austin Gustafson. And number 8, Carlos Sixes, to the barn of Danny Pish. Coming up will be race 9, Scratch the 4. Wild Tonight, Scratch the 6, Baudette Blizzard. It's the late double. It's next. 21 minutes away. Race 9. Ladies and gentlemen, please note in this upcoming 9th race, number 5, Winter Wolf will race without a hood. No hood on the number 5, Winter Wolf in race 9. Horse coming onto the track for today's ninth race. 7 furlongs of distance. Start of the leg double. Number 1, Just Ask Joel, owned by Clark Brewster, jockey Stuart Elliott. The 2, Glass Eater, owned by Terry Oaf, jockey Ernesto Valdez Jimenez. Number 3, Three-Eyed Raven, owned by Henry S. Witt Jr., jockey Weston Hamilton. Scratch the 4. Number 5, Winter Wolf, owned by Darrell W. Brabenek, jockey Alfredo Contreras. Reminder, number 5 will race without a hood. Scratch the 6. Number 7, Rider Rocket, owned by Stephen R. Baker, jockey Danny Sorensen. And the 8, Valiant Appeal, owned by Laura Painter, jockey Lane Luzzy. That's the field for tonight's ninth race, 7 furlongs. Late double is next. Don't forget to join us on Thursdays. Just like today, first post time's 4 p.m. Come on out on Thursdays. Join us for happy hour from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Sam Houston Race Park would like to thank our diamond partners, Pulse Power, Coca-Cola, ECI, Shoppers, and the Berge Casino Resort. Sam Houston Race Park is powered by Pulse Power. You can see the Houston Racing Festival coming up on Sunday, January 31st. Only Sunday afternoon program during the Thoroughbred Meet. Come on out and join us for the Houston Racing Festival. Over $1 million in purses, the Grade 3 Houston Ladies Classic, the John B. Connolly Turf Cup, the Texas Turf Mile, and many more stakes races. It's all coming at you Sunday, January 31st. Horses are approaching the gate. Runners moving in behind the gate. It's post time. For race 9, late double. Two to the outside, Rider Rocket, Valiant Appeal. Moves in. All in line, all set. And they're off. Speed from the outside, Valiant Appeal gets the first call. Winter Wolf is in the early mix, and towards the inside, Glass Eater. Just Ask Joel is trying to scoot through inside a Three-Eyed Raven, and at the back of the field, Rider Rocket. Glass Eater with a neck in front, right to the outside is Valiant Appeal, who's going to stalk from that position as they work up the backstretch. Winter Wolf's taken back in third. He's trying to move forward, Three-Eyed Raven. Just Ask Joel has picked up a position, now takes fourth. Still at the back, it's Rider Rocket. Glass Eater is up by 3/4 of a length. Valiant Appeal is tracking right off that pace setter. 23.55 was the opening quarter mile with 4 furlongs left to go. To the inside, it's Glass Eater. Valiant Appeal comfortable right there in second. Winter Wolf is getting closer in the green silks. Just Ask Joel is still in fourth. Out wider is coming Three-Eyed Raven, who starts to launch. And still at the back, Rider Rocket. Valiant Appeal ready to challenge up on the outside of Glass Eater. Three-Eyed Raven is making a wide move, is coming after the lead with a quarter mile left to go. Valiant Appeal now gets asked the question. Three-Eyed Raven has made this sustained rally on that far turn, and Three-Eyed Raven is your new leader. Valiant Appeal back to second with an 8th to go. Winter Wolf is trying to make up late ground. In between runners, Just Ask Joel. 4 of them across the racetrack now as Winter Wolf is coming after Three-Eyed Raven. Valiant Appeal tries to battle right back. Three-Eyed Raven to the inside. Winter Wolf in the final jump. Winter Wolf gets up by a neck. Three-Eyed Raven for second. Just Ask Joel and Valiant Appeal in 1 minute 25.76 seconds. Winter Wolf was 25-1. Unofficial order of finish. First, number 5, Winter Wolf. Second, number 3, Three-Eyed Raven. Third, number 1, Just Gas Joel. Fourth was number 8, Valiant Appeal, 5-3-1-8. Running time 1 minute 25.76, 25-1 on top in race 9. Race 9's official. Dollar exact of $115.40. Trifecta was $383.95. Into the winner's circle, the winner of tonight's 9th race, number 5, Winter Wolf, a 5-year-old bred in Kentucky by Will Take Charge out of Winter Brook. Winning owner is Daryl W. Bravenek. Winning trainer is Jaime Castellanos. And the winning jockey, Alfredo Contreras. Obviously a very big price here, 25-1 to kick off the late double. We'll see what happens here in the pick 5, pick 4, pick 6. Dollar double was $83.80. The $1 pick 3, 8 with 5, $595.60. 10-cent superfecta, $139.94. And the final running time was 1 minute 25.76 seconds. Coming up, the 10th and final on this Thursday, 1 mile on the John B. Connolly Turf Course, a field of 10. Houston High 5, there was a carryover coming in. From race 5, we'll see what happens here in the Houston High 5. It's Jackpot Bet. 10th and final is next. 22 minutes. Was a claim out of today's 9th race. Number 8, Valiant Appeal, now moves to the barn of Clinton Stewart. Race number 10 coming up here at Sam Houston Race Park, 1 mile on the John B. Connolly Turf Course. Is the distance 13 minutes away from the 10th and final? Looks like some nice will pays here and some of these horizontal wagers. Again, at that 12% takeout. We'll see how things end up in the 10th and final. You got a big favorite here, 1-9 Egyptian Princess. She's run twice in her career. You know, there are some layoffs involved. Steve Asmussen has this horse now as she has come over to Sam Houston Race Park. She ran at Gulfstream Park last time. That was back in April for trainer Brendan Walsh. 4th beaten 2 3/4 lengths, so that was a pretty good effort. And now moves barns. She's a 4-year-old filly. She's by American Pharoah, so the pedigree is obviously there. There she is in the paddock. I guess, what price are you willing to take here? 1-9 currently on the board. If you did have her singled and you spread in some of these earlier legs, then you're staring at a 1-9 shot to get it done and get you the score in some of your horizontals, your pick 4s, pick 5s. But it really depends on what else is in the race, and she should be very tough. If she gets back to that Gulfstream Park effort, she's your most likely winner. She's going to probably win this race with those numbers, but we'll see what happens in here. Steve Asmussen, Stuart Elliott teaming up, 1-9 currently on Egyptian Princess. Going to take a look at the number 1, Scattered Miss, and she is a 5-year-old mare. She's got speed. She gets to go to a true mile. She's been a few times at the 7.5 furlong distance. She's sprinted. She's got speed. She, I think, is going to go from the rail. Domingo Chacaltana, he's already won one race on the grass tonight and did it at a price of 12-1. So maybe a Scattered Miss can get out there on the front end and take them a long way. We'll kind of see how it all plays out in this 10th and final. But I think if she can get loose on the lead, it could be interesting. once they hit the top of the lane and see what happens in the 10th and final. This is the Houston High Five. There's a carryover into the Houston High Five. It's a jackpot wager. We'll keep an eye on the pick 5, pick 4, those payouts, and the pick 6 could be a big story. We'll see what happens in the pick 6, if there may be a carryover. There's some tough prices in the sequence here, so we'll have to just see how that plays out. But it's 50-cent minimum wager. And remember, it's not a jackpot situation, so we'll see what happens in the pick 6. And if there is a carryover headed into tomorrow night with a first post time of 6:45. Plenty of racing action still to come on Friday and Saturday. First post times of 6:45. Make sure you join us wherever you are across the country and watch our live racing action. We are 11 minutes away from race 10. 10th and final on this Thursday. Make sure joining us wherever you are and get involved here in the 10th and final. It's next. Horse coming onto the track for the 10th and final 1 mile on the John B. Connolly Turf Course, field of 10. Houston High Five is right now. It's the Houston High Five, and it's next. Number 1 is Scattered Miss, owned by Santiago Alarcon, jockey Domingo Chacaltana. The 2 is Triangle Park, owned by AK Stables LLC, JD Racing LLC, Julie Combs, and DeGroat Racing, jockey Lane Leslie. The 3, Egyptian Princess, owned by Samaya US Stable, jockey Stuart Elliott. The 4, Gospel Gina, owned by Steve F. Williams, jockey Ezekiel Lara. Number 5, Sassy Sapphire, owned by Peter Varga, jockey Rudy Guerra. There's the 7, Rhythm and Poetry, owned by Dennis Malone, jockey Floyd Wathy Jr. The 6 is Spanx Legacy, owned by Poindexter Thoroughbreds LLC and Denara Thoroughbreds LLC, jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Number 8, Keeping Secrets, owned by Brian Hawk, jockey Jose Alvarez. Number 9, Lemon Roses, owned by Ken Pullen, jockey Danny Sorensen. And the 10, Colonel Abby B, owned by Mike Fitch, jockey Lindy Wade. That's the field for race 10, 1 mile on the John B. Connolly Turf Course, field of 10 in the Houston High Five. It's coming up, and it's next. Hey, don't forget, fans, distancing requirements. Reduce the number of available betting terminals, so if you're joining us this weekend, just keep that in mind. Make sure you allow yourself enough time to get your wagers in, and by order of the Governor of Texas, you gotta wear your face coverings. Face coverings must be properly worn at all times throughout Sam Houston Race Park unless you are eating or in the act of drinking. Sam Houston Race Park greatly appreciates your cooperation in keeping everyone safe. And tomorrow night, don't forget about Friday night here at Sam Houston Race Park. $2 domestic long necks. Friday night drink specials at Sam Houston Race Park. Runner stepping on 2. The John B. Connolly Turf Course very soon as we get ready for the 10th and final at Houston High 5. Don't forget, once again, back tomorrow. First post time, 6:45. 6:45. First post time, Friday and Saturday. We'll see if we've got a carryover going in. We'll see what happens here in the pick 6. 12% takeout. Horizontal wagers at SHRP. And the runner stepping on 2, the John B. Connolly Turf Course, approaching the gate. Runners are at the gate. It's post time for the 10th and final 1 mile of the John B. Connolly Turf Course. Back tomorrow. First post time 6:45. More live racing. See what happens here in the final leg of horizontal wagers. This 10th race. Field loading. One more left to load. Colonel Abby B to the outside. Actually, Lemon Rose is not in yet. Goes in. Colonel Abby B. Actually, Lemon Rose is backs away again. All in line. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Sassy Sapphire. Speed from the inside, Scattered Miss. Gospel Gina is going to go with her. Also running up in that early pace is Spanx Legacy, and 4 across the course. Rhythm and Poetry. Looks like plenty of pace on now. Egyptian Princess, the favorites, now going to settle in 5th. In behind this leading quartet as they move into the first turn. It's Scattered Miss with a head in front. She's got company. Gospel Gina's 2 wide, 3 wide comes Spanx Legacy. Orange Silks is Rhythm and Poetry. Egyptian Princess is in 5th, is drifting out there with Spanx Legacy. In behind Egyptian Princess, that's Lemon Roses, who's mid-pack, further back in the field, Triangle Park. Towards the back of the field, Colonel Abby B. Second to last, Sassy Sapphire, and now the trailer, Keeping Secrets. Scattered Miss has the lead, but it's been hounded all the way up on the outside by Gospel Gina. Tipping into the 3-path there with Spanx Legacy, still wide as Rhythm and Poetry. Ground-saving trip for Egyptian Princess as she starts to move forward. Very wide there is Triangle Park, who's progressing through the field. Lemon Roses is going to have some traffic as they've got less than a half mile to go. Colonel Abby B in the Purple Silks is trying to run on at the back, Keeping Secrets in the trailer. Sassy Sapphire, 48.47 for a pressured Opening half mile, it is Scattered Miss with a head in front. In between runners, Gospel Gina, a 3-wide move from Triangle Park. Egyptian Princess is now within a length and a half of those leaders. They've got a quarter mile left to go. Scattered Miss kicks on a bit towards the inside. Triangle Park drifts just a touch, and Triangle Park now kicks for home. Egyptian Princess is tipped to the outside, is going to have to run down Triangle Park. Colonel Abby B. Purple Silks is running on as well. Triangle Park has got the lead. Egyptian Princess to the outside, to the inside. Colonel Abby B. is running on. Egyptian Princess has taken the lead. Egyptian Princess kicks for home. It's the daughter of American Pharaoh. Egyptian Princess wins the finale. Colonel Abby B. for second. Triangle Park got tight there. Fourth and fifth. Lemon Roses inside of Spanx Legacy in 1 minute 39.68 seconds. Top three runners are posted. First, number 3, Egyptian Princess. Second, number 10, Colonel Abby B. Third, number 2, Triangle Park. It's a photo for fourth. Fourth went to number 9, Lemon Roses. Fifth went to number 6, Spanx Legacy. So 3, 10, 2, 9, 6. Your Houston High 5 numbers. 3 to 5 on top here in race number 10. Now into the winner's circle, the winner of race number 10, number 3, Egyptian Princess. She's a 4-year-old, bred in Kentucky by American Pharaoh out of Full Ransom. Winning owner, Samias U.S. Stable. Winning trainer, Steve Asmussen. Give him another winner on the night. Winning jockey, Stuart Elliott. Stuart Elliott notches another victory here tonight at Sam Houston Race Park. 3-10-2-9-6. Back tomorrow with more live racing. First post time 6:45 on Friday and Saturday. Stand by for prices here. We'll see what the payouts are.
once we go official. Don't forget, simulcast wagering does continue on the first floor once these prices go official. Race 10's official. Dollar exact is $7.90, 50-cent trifecta, $13.10. Dollar double, $59.20. The $1 pick 3, $853, $321.40. The late pick 4, $1,118.10. The pick 5. Pick 5 returns $3,442.70. 4 out of 5, $24.20. Please note here in the pick 6, that is a 50-cent pick 6, so we'll get that corrected for you. It's a 50-cent pick 6 now. 5 of 6 returns $54.70. Carryover going into tomorrow is $12,721.11. It's a non-jackpot, standard pick 6, 50-cent minimum wager, and now over $12,700 going into that pool tomorrow night. First post time 6:45. So again, that's a 50-cent pick 6, no longer a 20-cent pick 6, but it was 5 of 6, $54.70. 10-cent superfecta, $11.06. Houston High 5, that is a jackpot wager, $238.32 with a carryover into tomorrow, $16,149.93. Final running time for race 10, 1 minute, 39.68 seconds. That does conclude our live racing action here on our first Thursday program of the season. Thanks for joining us wherever you were across the country. Hopefully you got some nice payouts there in the pick 4, the pick 5, nice returns, and that low takeout 12% here at Sam Houston Race Park. Start handicapping now. That pick 6 has a carryover over $12,700. It's a 50-cent minimum wager. It's standard non-jackpot, that pick 6. So get involved in the pick 6 tomorrow at SHRP. That does it for tonight. Thanks to everybody in the TV department. Thanks to those that are joining us from across the country. First post time tomorrow, 6:45. Again, simulcasting continues on the first floor. Drive home safely. Good night. Be safe. And thank you, Texas.